I will now call the December 14th board meeting in session. Mrs. Medina, would you please take a roll call of attendance?
Mr. Ibarra,
Present.
Mrs. Haro, Mr. Flores,
Present.
Ms. Zoe Nojeda,
Present.
Mrs. Flores, present.
Thank you. At this time will be with the renewal of Pledge of Allegiance. I will ask Mr. Bernard Ojeda Sr., my husband, to lead us in the flag salute tonight and welcome him back. He's finally out of the hospital and ready to give me more grief.
Okay, let's see. Santa Claus, where is he? He's changing. Okay, he's the only exception, and ladies with hats can wear them. Santa Claus and ladies with hats can keep their hats on. The rest of us have got to take them off. All right. Thank you for giving this pleasure to my wife. And it's been a long, hard summer. And thank you. All right. Here we go. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
And to the republic for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you
Amen.
very much. Cynthia Bueno is here for translation.
Thank you, Board President Doring Ojeda. Muy buenas noches a todos. Yo soy Cintia Bueno, soy recepcionista y traductora del distrito. Esta noche estaremos proporcionando servicios de intérprete. Si alguien desea escuchar la reunión completamente en español simultáneamente, puede encontrarme en la mesa trasera, donde podrán utilizar el dispositivo. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. We are at item 1.3, adoption of December 14th, 2023 agenda. Could I have a motion, please, to adopt the agenda with the following amendments? Amend action item 6.9, approval of student field trips. Addition of 2 student field trips. Colton Middle School UCR Ropes Challenge Course and Colton Middle School Junior Grad Bash 2024. Withdraw action item 6.38, approval of agreement with On Point Land Surveying, Inc. to perform topography and boundary survey for Colton Middle School Pavilion Project. Amend closed session item 10.5, personnel public employee appointment, discipline dismissal release, government code 54957. Addition of 1 classified coach, varsity track assistant co-ed, addition of 2 volunteer coaches, basketball boys, wrestling co-ed, and addition of 12 volunteers. Do I have a motion?
I'll second that. Yes.
I have a motion by Board Member Haro and a second by Board Member Fuentes to adopt the agenda as recommended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? So on a motion by Board Member Haro and a second by Board Member Fuentes, the board adopted agenda as recommended. Okay, we are now at our reorganization session. We will begin with selection of officers for president. But first, each board member has the opportunity to make a nomination, confirm that the nominee accepted nomination. If there's only one nomination, we'll repeat the motion. And if there's more than one nomination, proceed with roll call vote. So let's see if we can figure this out and make it work, folks. All right. Selection of officers for president. Do I have a nomination?
I would like to nominate Vice President Ibarra.
You accept the nomination? Yes. Is there a second for that?
I'll second.
Okay. Is there any other nomination? Okay, hearing none, we have a motion for Vice President Ibarra. As president, motion made by Dan Flores, seconded by Bertha Flores. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Did you vote? Yes? Okay. So we have a 7-0. Right. Okay, selection of officers for vice president. Nominations are open.
I would like to nominate Mr. Dan Flores.
Okay, we have a nomination for Dan Flores. Do we have a second? Do you accept the nomination? Okay. So I have a motion for Dan Flores by Bertha Flores and a second by Mr. Fuentes. Are there any other nominations? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Do I need to do roll call, Joanne? Sorry. No? Okay. So all in favor, so Dan,
There's more than one nomination.
Yeah.
only if but there's not.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. So we have a 7-0 vote for Dan Flores as vice president. Item 2.3, selection of officers, clerk. Open the floor for nominations.
I'd like to nominate Israel Fuentes.
And do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Mr. Fuentes, do you accept? Okay.
Yes.
Is there any other nomination? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any oppositions? Okay, so Mr. Fuentes will be the 2024 clerk. Item 2.4, selection of representative for the 2024-25 ROP board member. 2-year term, currently it's Pat Harrow. The floor is open for nominations. Could I have a nomination, please?
I'll nominate Pat Harrow if she wishes to continue to serve.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay, so I have a nomination for Pat Harrow made by Dan Flores. I have a second by Mr. Ibarra. Pat, do you accept? Okay. Is there any other nomination? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? All right,
I abstain, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's ROE.
that's right, you have to abstain. Okay, so at a 6-0-1, Pat Harrow. Okay. So we go to item 2.5, selection of representative for RLP alternate. Currently, it's Israel Fuentes. I'll open the floor for nominations. Who'd like to make a nomination?
I'll nominate Israel.
Israel?
If he's.
Okay. Mr. Ibarra has nominated Mr. Fuentes. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Are there any other nominations? Hearing none. Mr. Ibarra nominated Mr. Fuentes with a second by Dan Flores. All in favor?
Aye.
Any abstentions?
Do I need to abstain? Did you accept?
Yeah, I accepted. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, I accepted.
I guess that would open it. All right. So at a 6-0-1 abstention, Mr. Fuentes is the alternate. Okay, we are now at item 2.6, selection of representative 2024 elector, San Bernardino County Committee of School District Reorganization. Currently, I'm doing that position. So I will open it for nominations.
I can second.
Second? No second? Oh, I didn't hear Bertha. I'm going, okay, I won't do it. And I do accept. Is there any other nomination? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I don't need to abstain on this one, so, okay, 7-0. I will be that representative. Okay, we are now at item 2.7, selection of regular meeting dates for the next calendar year. Is there a motion to approve the 2024 calendar as presented? We do have a day when it's a vacation, it's a spring break, correct? I think that we are having a meeting. Does that matter? Is that what? I forgot to look that date up. Is that going to be a problem?
Could be. Might not be.
My understanding is that Thursday of spring break, we have a scheduled meeting. Is that going to be an issue? Frank?
Should have caught that.
I mean, that's, spring break's the following week after the 25th or 29th, that's what we're on.
So it's okay? Dr. Peterson, do you know?
2 weeks, right?
I can't hear what she said.
So the 21st would be the first week of spring break.
Yeah, that's the first week of spring break. We did this year, I believe we had the same meeting schedule. It didn't interfere with us conducting business. We wouldn't require our principals or admin to attend that while
So,
they're off. If they're not on schedule that week. So if they're, every administrator, they have a different kind of schedule.
right,
set up. So elementaries have more dates off. So based on their work calendar, if their work calendar permits them, they'll be here. If the work calendar doesn't permit, they will not be required to attend.
so the calendar's fine as
The
it's
calendar's
presented.
fine.
Okay,
Sorry for the long-winded answer, but the calendar's fine.
okay.
That's- yeah.
So do I have a motion then to approve the calendar as presented? Mr. Fuentes, second? Sandoval? Okay. So I have a motion by Board Member Fuentes and second by Board Member Sandoval to approve the 2024 calendar as presented. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposition? Any abstention? Okay, so on the motion by Board Member Fuentes and a second by Board Member Sandoval, carried on a 7-0 vote. The board approved the 2024 calendar. Item 2.8, selection of regular meeting times. Could I have a motion, please?
I make a motion for B, 5:30 PM.
Okay, a motion for 5:30 PM. Any other, is there a second?
I'll second.
So I have a motion by Board Member Haro and a second by Bertha Flores to meet at 5:30 for the 2024 calendar. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Any abstentions? So on a motion by Board Member Haro and a second by Bertha Flores, carried on a 7-0 vote, the board selected to meet at 5:30. All right.
Just a point of inquiry. Can we determine an end time to our meetings? They have to end by
Wishful
7
thinking.
o'clock. By 6 o'clock. Can we do that?
That would be
All right.
nice.
It'd be nice, but
And I'm retired. I'm not one of you guys that has to get out of bed in the morning, but yeah. All right. Item 2.9, selection of 2 board members for tomorrow's Leaders Foundation. I will open the floor for nominations.
I'd like to
Eh.
nominate Dan Flores.
Okay, Mr. Fuentes nominated Dan Flores, second by Mrs. Haro is, do I do them both at the same time? Or do I do one each first, Frank?
So one each or two at the same time?
One at a time, okay. So I have a motion by Mrs. Haro and a second by Mr. Fuentes for Dan Flores to represent us as a board member for tomorrow's leaders. All in favor, say aye.
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 Oppose?
Yeah, thank you.
Oh.
It's, yes, I'm, what's another meeting, right?
This is my last thing I get to do. I'm trying to get through it here, folks.
No, I thank you.
All right,
Appreciate it.
you accept, all right. So on a motion by Board Member Fuentes, a second by Board Member Haro, Dan Flores will be one of our board members for the Tomorrow's Leaders Foundation. So now I have a second nomination needed for another person.
I nominate Bertha Flores.
Okay. I have a nomination for Bertha Flores, second.
You have to accept.
Oh, you'll second? Okay. And do you accept, Bertha?
I'll accept.
Okay. So I have a nomination by Mrs. Haro for Bertha Flores, and a second by Mrs. Sandoval. All in favor, say aye.
Oh,
Aye.
I didn't know if there was an opportunity for alternative
What?
nominations. Were we going to open up multiple nominations or just go with the first one, only one?
Oh, do I have another nomination? I knew they'd make it difficult. Okay.
Okay.
It was second nomination?
And I was going to nominate Mr. Fuentes because I know you were at the meetings and expressed an interest. And I just, this is one that certainly there's some conversation. It's new. It's an awesome opportunity, but I'm happy to nominate Mr. Fuentes if you're interested in serving.
Yes.
Okay.
So where do we are with that? I didn't, do we want,
There would be two. There needs to be a second to the nomination. Then there could be discussion. And
Well, yes.
so you nominated him just now? Okay.
I'll second it and for discussion.
yeah,
purposes.
Okay. And you said this would be easy.
I'll nominate.
All right, so Dan Flores is a nominated. Fuentes, who seconded it?
Excuse me.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
Are there any other nominations? Okay. Discussion.
Okay. Okay, just a thought. We have some excellent choices in individuals that are really connected to the community at this point. Is there opportunity for a choice and an alternate if one of the two can't make it? And I guess I'm asking
that'd be-
Dr. Miranda.
Dr. Miranda.
Since you're would that be optional? Would that be
I would think this is there's 2 for the Tomorrow's Leaders Foundation that we want for the board. If the board so chooses, I believe we can certainly have an alternate.
for quorum purposes and for voting purposes?
that would seem to be, and given the number of the Board of Education at 7, anything fewer than 4 wouldn't be an issue. So you could have 3 board members because if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Fuentes, you attend the ROP meetings as the alternate. Yeah, not a voting member, but you can attend the meeting. So I don't think it would create an issue as far as Brown Act or anything to have an alternate present.
Yeah, right. In the way the bylaws for the foundation are written, you can't have more than 2 voting board members there. So if the alternative shows up or needed, they
can't vote.
they wouldn't be able to vote.
They can,
Correct.
yeah, they can attend. They can attend and listen and,
But
yeah.
One of the,
But if one of the board members couldn't go, they could vote because they'd be the alternate and they would represent, because they were,
Just like we do with CRY-ROP. We do the same thing with CRY-ROP. Yeah.
okay. So would one of you prefer to be the alternate or do we have?
Whatever works. I'm good.
We can decide that.
Oh, we can decide that?
We vote.
Whoever gets the most votes.
Obviously, the first person, we nominated Bertha first, and so we would vote on Bertha. And if there's, enough votes, then Bertha would be the first person, and then Israel would be the second. It was,
Okay. Would that work then if we did it that way?
Whatever works.
And
So the alternate would be the person that does get the lesser votes?
and
Yes.
do we abstain ourselves or?
No, you can vote for
we can
yourself.
vote?
Yeah.
All right.
Somebody wants the alternate.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. If somebody was with the alternate, then.
But we're having two separate votes, so there'd still be 7 each time.
So you do one at a time.
I know, but
Yeah.
if they both,
We can't vote for each
Whatever.
other. Okay, so it's gonna.
Whatever.
okay, but then it won't,
Less.
because we have. All right, where's,
We got two votes, so.
If I could maybe a substitute motion just to make it a little cleaner, if the nominated members are amenable, I'd be happy to put forth a substitute motion to nominate Bertha as the voting member and Mr. Fuentes, Israel as the alternate.
Yeah, I agree on
Okay.
that.
That
That'll
way
be
we can,
so how do I not, we had a nomination on the floor, so how do I get, we
can
don't
change
just
that.
dissolve?
so that's where I would say, it would be a substitute motion. If, again. if
We can do
board-
that?
Yes, we could amend it.
Yes.
Is it an amendment or a substitute motion?
You can amend it.
Who's Robert's rules expert?
Yeah,
So.
I'm the one.
Long as, whatever the motion that Mr. Flores puts through right now, if there's a second to that,
Then the other two go away?
yeah, and that's Mr. Ibarra's.
For real, it isn't what we want it to be. Okay, okay. All right. So do we have a second?
Go ahead, Mr.
But before you do that, you have to have the original motion
Mhm.
maker, which was.
That's what I was,
Right. We would need consensus, yeah,
And
that they
they-
would,
and
they'd
they
be
have to
Okay.
amenable to that. yeah.
Withdraw
So-
the motion, and then we go with Dan's motion,
all right.
so.
Mrs. Harrow, no, let's see.
Yeah.
Mrs. Harrow,
from my
you'll withdraw your motion. Okay.
and then,
Motion.
And then you'll miss that.
They're doing this just to be hard.
last meeting. was very-
That's right.
I know, I can
Jump.
feel it. I feel the love up here. Do you? Okay, so
And then ask Bernice to with.
do you withdraw the second? Okay,
Okay.
so
I'll with-
we'll now go with the second, with a different
Motion, yeah.
motion. There we go.
So I'll put.
And
forth
that
a-
was by Dan.
Yes, so I'll put
Okay,
forth a
Dan
motion.
Flores' motion is
Board member Bertha Flores
Bertha
serve as the
for
voting.
the regular and the alternate would be Mr. Fuentes.
Absolutely.
And I'll.
Okay, I
second.
have it. And we'll have a second by Mr. Ibarra.
Yes.
All right.
on both sides.
So is there any other discussion?
No.
Please say no.
I have
Alright.
a question. No, I'm kidding.
Thank you. I love these guys. All right. So on a motion by Dan Flores and a second by Mr. Ibarra. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Any abstentions? So on a motion by Dan Flores and a second by Mr. Ibarra, Bertha Flores will be our representative, second representative for, as a board member for the Tomorrow's Leaders Foundation, when Mr. Fuentes will be the alternate. Okay? We just voted, right? Okay, we're done. All right. With that, folks, we're done. All right. I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize and thank the members of the public for their patience who have attended the board meeting while we took a few minutes to reorganize and who've been a wonderful group to work with this last year. And I'm going to turn this meeting now over to Mr. Ibarra. And so we're going to take a few minutes, so let's have a little break and we'll let you know when 5 minutes or so till we get reorganized up here. Thank you.
And I honestly would like to give Ms. Joanne Tejeda a round of applause right now for doing this. It's not easy. I think, so with that, thank you. We'll take a
All right.
5-minute break
Yep.
to reorg here. Thank you.
All right, I'm
Good
gonna
job.
back up.
Here we get this on. All right. I would like to go ahead and bring this meeting back to order. And once again, say thank you to each and every one of you for the little time we took to reorganize ourselves. Though I know that there's times it sounds like we're not organized up here, but we are. We kind of know what we're doing. Want to take this opportunity to say thank you once again to Joanne, as she completed her year as president of the Board of Education. As you all well know, it's a little bit extra demanding on the president of the board on a yearly basis. And I just want to say thank you for the efforts, dedication, and time that you put in, even though that I know that we deal with things personally, and sometimes it makes it a little bit more difficult, but it also shows that her heart has always been here with the students, with the staff, and the community of Cone Joint Unified School District. So I just want to mention my appreciation to you. So thank you very much, Joanne. As you all well know, we're getting to the end of our calendar year. And 2023 is quickly approaching, and it's starting to fade away. And one of the things that we all tell ourselves, where did this year go? And at this particular time, we start thinking a lot about our blessings. We start thinking a lot about all those who've meant something to us. We think about Christmas, holidays, family, which is very precious to us. But here at Cone Joint Unified School District, I also want to let you know that we often say that we're family, which we are in a lot of ways. And though some people may feel different about it, but in a lot of ways we are. That being said, this is going to be our last board meeting here at this particular site. It's been a while. We've been here a long time, and we're going to get the wonderful opportunity to move to our new site, which is located on Washington, and that's 900 East Washington in Colton. And if you haven't had an opportunity to see it, you'll be very impressed with the wonderful job that the staff and Owen, he's here somewhere back there, has done to prepare that not only for the Board of Education, but also for training purposes for all our staff. So, we want to take this time to thank Slower Mountain for their gracious ways of keeping us and hosting us here, putting up with our weekly meetings and some of the things that we may not have done as well as we probably could have, cleaning up and stuff. But I just want to say thank you to them, and thank the staff, their administration, and we look forward to moving into this new site. And I think that it's going to be something worthwhile. As many of you guys know, I did my first presidency in the old site there at the district office, in Katie's office. That's where the boardroom used to be. Yes. And then we moved to Mount Vernon, and then we moved here, and now we're going to finally settle into our brand new place. So we're excited, and that's where you will find us in our first meeting in January. So once again, I want to thank Joanne. I want to thank each and every one of you for attending our meetings, and want to thank administration, our superintendent, for everything that you've done to make the move, make our meetings as productive and environmentally friendly as you possibly could. So with that, we'll go ahead and move right into our our continued agenda. And I see Dr. Day there standing and ready. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at special presentations, introduction of new management, and I'll look toward Mr. Dade, Dr. Dade.
Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. It is my honor and pleasure to introduce a new team member, management team member. And this new position, or not new position, but this person has been in the district for quite some time, but I'd like to congratulate and welcome Nancy Fierro to the podium. She is our new Executive Assistant for Educational Services Division. So Nancy started off her career as a child care services technician with Orange County Department of Education. Then she joined CJUSD as an assistant principal secretary at Bloomington High School in 2008 and then transitioned to administrative assistant for secondary educational services. So my favorite part of the fun facts here. So I won't make too much fun of you, Nancy, but reading and listening to audiobooks is something that she loves to do. Getting together with family and friends as well. And she's a crafter. And meaning she loves to create and put things together. And I learned something new, and I kind of thought about this, and I was wondering why sometimes Nancy would ignore me when I say hi to her in the parking lot, but I found out I was addressing her inappropriately because her name is really Fancy Nancy.
Fancy Nancy.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say that every time I pass you in the hallway now. But she also loves to travel and explore new places. So excited for Nancy to join the Ed Services team in this capacity, and looking forward to seeing her glow and support Dr. Peterson and all the great work that she does in her division. And I want to give Nancy an opportunity to address the board.
Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda. I just want to say I'm grateful for this opportunity. I'm ready to learn and to grow in my new position. Thank you.
Congratulations to you.
One more round of applause for Fancy Nancy. And that concludes
Okay.
my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're right into 4.0 public comment. The board bylaws state 9323 that individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda items. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 15 minutes with the board consent. The president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic, the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may be asked that an additional person speak only if they have something new to add. At this point, we have one card and Lisa Villa.
Yes, it's me again. Hello, everyone. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lisa Villa, and I reside in Colton. I know you can confirm that I have been coming to these school board meetings for the last 3 years and making these public comments. 3 years is a long time. And never have I been met with any ounce of empathy, comfortness, compassion, or any type of compromise from the leaders of our school board. Instead, you allowed me to get harassed and singled out. I have been told that maybe I should change my approach. That's why no one listens. You also know I got pushed to be transferred by the previous administration because they didn't want transparency. And even though at that time I had to decide to speak up, they were threatened by my community ties, and they were doing things below basic for our Yellow Jackets, and they didn't want anybody like me going above and beyond, because then they would have to go above and beyond. And that's clearly not what they were about. That's why our Yellow Jackets are going to be healing from that whole 7 years of downward spiral for the many years to come. The district recently told me that I am not at the site I applied for because it is a conflict of interest, because my kids and grandkids go there. That statement made me feel more singled out and harassed than ever. Do you know how many employees of our district work at the sites that their children and grandchildren go to? Many, in all areas. It is so hard for me to be blunt and defend myself immediately, because then I would be throwing so many people under the bus. And those are my friends and coworkers. These are the consequences I pay for speaking up for my community and my family. I am heartbroken and bitter. Yes, I am. That I lost out on my son and grandson's senior year while other employees enjoy the perks of their jobs in every single department. There is no denying I love my Colton community, and I apologize for not expressing myself with the fashion that you'd like me to do, because I've tried it that way, and that didn't work either. Stop letting your leaders abuse their power and do what's right for everyone and be fair for everyone, not just the people you like. I have impacted hundreds of lives. Do you need me to bring them here to tell you what I mean to them? I'd hate for me to retire from here knowing that you didn't do what was right and hold people accountable for what I had to unnecessarily endure as an employee and a parent. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Ms. Villa. This time, Joanne, any other cards? Thank you very much. Okay, if there's no other cards, we'll go ahead and move into 5.0, which is the administrative presentations. At this time, I'd like to welcome our Assistant Superintendent From and Director Sarabia to present, please. Sarabia.
All right. People are excited for first interim. Woo-hoo!
Yeah.
All right. So the new organization always aligns with first interim report. So we're here today to give an update. So next slide. I got to my own. There we go. The purpose of the first interim report is to provide our actual business that we've done from July 1 to the end of October and update our projections through the end of this fiscal year, which will take us to the end of June. Incorporate any revisions that we've done through October and report actual enrollment and attendance, update multi-year fiscal projections, and update our cash flow. This first interim report, there's 3 ways it can go. Positive certification, which means we will meet our financial obligations current and 2 subsequent fiscal years. Qualified, we may not meet our financial obligations, or negative, we will unable to meet our financial obligations. I'm proud to report our first interim report is certified as a positive certification. So that's good.
Yes.
Next slide. This is our multi-year projection with our assumptions and that. So you can see our enrollment is on there, projected out in the out years, our average daily attendance, our UPP rate, LCFF, COLA. Now I want to point out the COLA factors here because this is a critical thing. This year's COLA is 8.22. The next year's projected right now is for 24-25 is 3.94, and in 25-26, 3.29. If you've been listening to what's going on with the economy in California, the LAO came out, and school services in FCMAT 2, they're predicting that the COLA next year is going to be anywhere between 0.53 all the way up to 1.67. And that this interim report is based off the current projection. If that does change when the governor announces at the beginning of the calendar year his projections for next year, we will update in the second interim, and that will change our out year projections because it's cutting it from 3.94 down. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn it over to Miss Maria Amanda.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Miranda, Executive Cabinet, and members of the audience. It's my pleasure to be here tonight to present the first interim report. This slide highlights the changes to unrestricted revenues from adopted budget to first interim. Overall revenues experienced a decrease of 3.4 million, primarily attributed to the 4.8 million increase in contributions to special education programs. The increase is aimed at covering the heightened demand for contracted services, which are specifically tailored for our special education population. LCFF funding saw a net increase of $677,000, driven by additional supplemental and concentration funding resulting from an increased UPP count. Additionally, federal funding increased by $671,000, reflecting the recognition of E-rate funding. Okay. This chart illustrates the changes in unrestricted expenditures from adopted budget to first interim. Salaries and benefits increased due to the higher benefit cost and the addition of positions by the 15% LCAP add-on. Services experienced an increase due to the transfer of budget from books and supplies, along with the inclusion of E-rate and LCAP expenses in the budget.
Up next is our first interim general fund unrestricted multi-year projection. As you can see in our current year here, we're projected to end with a fund balance of $57.7 million. As we proceed into the 24-25 school year, that goes down to $37.6 million, and then 25-26 school year down to 15.6. As you can see, we are still deficit spending as we go through. As we come back through second interim, we will adjust this to adjust our expenses to align with the dollars that bring in. That's something we have to keep on doing to stay fiscally solvent. And that, once again, I just want to point this out. These multi-year projections, 24 is based on a 3.94 COLA, which will change when we come back for our second interim. Next slide.
This chart summarizes the projected ending fund balance for the district's other funds, all of which are expected to conclude the year with a positive balance. And in January, the governor's budget workshop will offer a clearer indication of the state's financial outlook and also what the COLA will be for the 2024-25 fiscal year. In March, the board will be provided with the second interim report, followed by the governor's May revision, and then concluding with the public hearing and adoption of the district's 2024-25 budget and LCAP. So thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much for your report. At this time, I'll entertain any questions from any of the board members. Dan?
Always questions, but it's so early right in this process. The challenge is these are projections and they're good projections, but we know things are going to change significantly at the state level. And we're even seeing reports out now about the state's budget. So obviously concerned about deficit spending, but at the same time, it's hard to take these assumptions and consider them gospel just yet, right? It's not set in stone. We're going to see changes. Just out of curiosity, what is our current fund balance if we're looking at, year to date?
The projected fund balance is $57 million.
Well, okay. That's what we're projecting. That's adopted budget.
Correct.
Right. That's the time of adoption. So obviously that'll be updated as we go through the year. We're now rounding out the middle point, if you will, end of second quarter, middle of the fiscal year. So we'll see in a few months here. We'll get an update on that then.
Correct.
Okay. Fair enough.
I just want to point out, this is as of today. This is a snapshot of time, and the out years are a projection. And there's a lot of things that can change between now and the 24-25 school year. And that you'll have governor's budget, which comes out in a few weeks, and then May revise will come out to adjust to that. And then you have the House and the Assembly up there will duke it out to stay with the governor to see what goes forward. So some of the things we won't know until the beginning of July as well in that. So there is a lot of time. I just want to point out too, so our governor has hopes to run for the White House. And so a lot of things can change. In 2020, I wasn't here, but the place I was at, we were preparing for doom and gloom and going for transfer, not be able to meet our cash flow. Then maybe you guys was completely different, right? So this is just a snapshot in time as we are today, and things can change. We will update you when they do change. The next time will be the second interim report. But the only thing that you'll see change in our out years there is things that come out in the dartboard. The state comes out with a dartboard, FICMAT adopts that school service, and the county as well tells us what we have to put in our interim reports for those years as projected COLAs. And it's just a projection right now as we sit here today.
And if I could ask at maybe at second interim, this would be helpful too. One of the larger drivers, obviously, of revenues are ADA, and we have goals to increase and improve our attendance. And obviously, we've been seeing some improving trends. So if we could get that trend data in addition to the data that you provide, where we started the school year, where we're at, and presumably it's going in the right direction. Roughly for every percentage increase of ADA, what does that equate to financially? I think we've got a roundabout number, don't we?
It's a little over $1 million percentage.
Right. So you go up a couple percentage points, you're talking about a couple $1 billion. That's substantial. So again, why we're making attendance a priority, but it would be helpful to see those trends because it ties it to then the goals that we've set as a board to increase our attendance.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And we are much improved from this time last year, right, Dr. O? We always got to put Dr. O into the presentation, but we're much improved from this point last year as this point now. Great improvement in that.
And can you remind the board and the public where we at with attendance percentage wise at this point?
It's like 93, isn't it?
Okay. Very good.
It's higher than that. 95,
Yes, about 95.
95, and we're getting there. We will get there.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions? No? Thank you very much. And thank you for the report. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move right into 5.2. And yes, you could give them a hand. That's good. I mean. So we're going to move right into presentation for the election of the 2008 General Obligation Series 4F funding and Assistant Superintendent from.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Mike Williams, who's going to give presentation on our Series F that we're going out from our 2008 bond. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Mike Williams.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, staff, and the public. Am I going to control? Okay, very good. All right, so as Greg said, this is a required disclosure to the board. We'll have two of them. We'll have the one tonight, and then we'll also have one in January 18th at the board meeting there. And it has to do with the structure of the bonds. So, okay, so as
Mike, I apologize. Can you get closer to the microphone, sir?
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay. As Greg said, we're going to do Series F of the election of 2008. This is a new bond issue. We were here in September and the board authorized us to proceed. These bonds are going to be issued under Prop 39, which limits the amount of the tax levy to $60 per $100,000 of assessed value. Our initial analysis in September showed that we would be able to get project funds in the amount of $36.6 million. Of course, the final proceeds will be determined by what interest rates are at the time of sale, which is scheduled in February of 2024. Since the September meeting, rates raised significantly and peaked probably the end of October. And since then, they've come down somewhat. And the last couple of days the interest rates have dropped significantly. And so the lower interest rates we have, the cheaper the debt is going to be for the district, and that helps us stay under the $60 per 100,000. Okay, on this next slide, I apologize. It's going to be very hard for the public to see this. But we have two different options here. On the left-hand side, illustration number one includes only current interest bonds. Current interest bonds pay semi-annual interest. And those are the cheapest way to raise funds on a municipal bond issue. The reason is because investors get their interest payments every 6 months, and then the principal payment when that matures. I know it's hard to see, but if you take a look at the third row over, the first row is the years, the second row is principal amount, and the third row is the interest amount. So you can see that the very first interest payment for the August 1, 24 year is $1.19 million. Okay. Well, since interest rates have raised, we can't meet that obligation and stay underneath the $60 per 100. But we do this anyway, just to show you, if we weren't subject to that limitation, what the bond issue would look like. Now, in the right-hand portion there's another illustration about what the bonds would look like if we had to use cabs. And so we did a request for proposal for underwriting firms, and actually they're sitting here tonight. We have two people from Stifel, and they ran some numbers to show what it would look like as of October after interest rates had increased. So we couldn't use current interest bonds to raise $36.6 million. And so we have to use a type of bond. It's called a capital appreciation bond. And capital appreciation bonds don't pay semi-annual interest. Some of the people, that are more to my age than the younger folks may remember that they might have got a U.S. savings bond as a gift from a parent or a grandparent, to save for college or something like that. And those are an example of capital appreciation bonds. You would have a bond that said $50 on it, but it would cost you $25. And you wouldn't get any interest payments, but when it matured, then you'd get the $50. So that's what capital appreciation bonds are. And because investors have to wait for their money, they want a little higher interest rate. And so these are a little more expensive, but we can use them throughout the annual debt service payments to keep under that $60 per 100,000. And I'd just like to point out one other thing. So the total debt service under option 1 with the cheaper bonds, the current interest bonds, in this example is $84.6 million. So that's over 25 years, what it costs to borrow $36.9 million. And with the capital appreciation bonds to stay under the limit for Prop 39, the cost would be $106 million. So that's $21 million more. So they are more expensive. But as I mentioned, interest rates have come down significantly. Okay, so I mentioned before that there's required disclosure, and I'm making this presentation tonight, so that'll be the first time. And then again at your January, I think it's 19th. If you approve that date, whatever the third Thursday of January is. Anyway, we need to discuss what the repayment ratios are for the bonds. So in our first example, we're borrowing $36.9 million and we're repaying $84.6 million. So if you multiply the 36.9 times 2.29, that's where you get the $84 million. With the the second option, we're borrowing, again, $36.9 million, but the repayment is $106 million. So the repayment ratio is higher because we're paying more debt service because we're using the capital appreciation bonds. One of the factors that we use when we structure a bond issue, I mentioned that we have to stay under that $60 per 100,000 of assessed value. Well, we have to make a projection about what the future growth in assessed value is going to be. So we know what it's been in the past. For example, in the 22-23 fiscal year, our assessed value increased by 12.2%. And the increases are due to either change of ownerships of homes. So let's say, for example, somebody bought a house 20 years ago and now it's either too big or too small. They're going to buy another house. Well, they've owned that house for 20 years and over that time, that house appreciates. So when they resell it, then the new owner is going to have a higher property tax bill because it's going to be changed from what the original assessed value was plus 2% per year up to the new value. So we get some increases in AV for new construction, resale, and also there's been several of the large fulfillment centers, the warehouses that have been built that are very expensive. They're a nuisance in some respects, but they do help out on the assessed value increases. So anyway, I mentioned that there was a 12.2% increase in 22-23. In 23-24, it was actually a lot less, almost half. It's 6.5%. For the 24-25 year, we hired a consultant to take a look and get information from the county about what increases in property values have been for the first 9 months, and it's about 5%. There's been a lot of disruption and increase in interest rates. And I think mortgage rates now are still over 7%. And some of us that were lucky that refinanced our homes a couple of years ago for, 2 or 3%, they're a lot more expensive. So housing sales are probably not going to be very robust for a while until rates decline. So we're gonna use 4.8%, which has been the average over the past about 20 or 25 years for that calculation. One of the other disclosures that we have to do is the total overall cost of capital appreciation bonds. And for our second illustration, we're using $28.9 million in cabs, and the interest cost to repay those is going to be $87.6 million. So they are expensive. It's a repayment ratio of 3-to-1. The last comparison is the overall cost if instead of cabs, the district had issued current interest bonds. And the difference between option number 1 and option number 2, as I said before, is $21.6 million. So if they're more expensive, why are we recommending the use of cabs? Well, it's a way for the district to get the $36.6 million they need. It's going to cost a little bit more, but we think it's going to be worthwhile. I mentioned that the bond sale is not going to be until February. So we won't know what the exact structure, how many cabs we're going to be using. But every time interest rates drop, that means we'll be able to use more current interest bonds. So when we go into the market to sell bonds, we're going to take advantage of that and use as few capital appreciation bonds as we can. Okay, as I mentioned before, this is election of 2008 Series F bonds. We have to, go with the guidelines of Prop 39, which the election was, Prop 39 election. So we have to stay at or below the $60 per 100,000. The project amount, we need to use capital appreciation bonds because they'll provide more project funds while complying with Prop 39. I don't know that we did an analysis to see what we could issue using just current interest bonds for example one, but I think it was less than $20 million. So in order to get 36 million in proceeds, we need to use capital appreciation bonds. And as I said before, they are more expensive, and the reason why is investors must wait to receive their interest payments. We're using CABs, capital appreciation bonds, in maturities 2027 and 2045. So if somebody buys one of these bonds in February of 2024, and they're going to wait till 2045, they've got 25 years to wait before they get their money back. So that's why they're more expensive. Now, the reason for this disclosure is because there were really no limitations or very few limitations on using capital appreciation bonds. And it got to be a subject of controversy in the newspaper. There were some, bond issues that, the repayment ratio was, 10 to 1. And so there was legislation passed. It was AB 182. And so I have just the highlights of that here. So prior to AB 182, the maximum repayment period was 40 years. Under the current rules, capital appreciation bonds can only be 25-year maturity. Prior to, the maximum interest rate was 12%, and currently the maximum is 8%. I talked about maximum repayment ratios before there wasn't any limitation on the repayment ratio, and currently there's a 4 to 1. So even with the analysis that was done in October, we're still at 3 to 1 rather than 4 to 1. So we're not really maxing out on that. And as I said, interest rates are trending down, so we should be well below that. And then the last issue, there was no special requirements for disclosure at a board meeting prior to AB 182. And currently, there's enhanced disclosures, and there needs to be a discussion. It just can't be on the consent calendar. There needs to be a presentation before the board, and it has to be at 2 consecutive board meetings. So tonight, and then the next one that will be in January. And so the recommendation is for the board to direct staff to use the bond structure that will meet the district's financing goal at the time of the bond sale. The district's direction was at the September meeting to go for the $36.6 million. And we can still do that, but we'll probably have to use some cabs. And as I said before, we won't really know until the time of the sale. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. I know it's a lot of technical stuff and the small print on the screen, but if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Williams. At this point in time, any questions from any members of the board? Dan?
Thank you. Thank you, Board President Ibarra. Mike, as always, thank you. Great information, very straight and to the point, and I appreciate your candor. Let's talk about cabs, because you're right. They did kind of get a bad name. There was lots of news articles in years past because school districts really got themselves in trouble. I remember being in a meeting with the Larry Walker, I think at that time was the auditor controller. They'd moved the offices around a bit. But he had gotten to the point where he was actually meeting with school districts and recommending that they not utilize cabs in instances where he felt that they were overextending themselves. So it does make me a little nervous because it is an expensive mechanism to borrow money. But to be honest with you, anybody that is looked at a loan lately, all money is really expensive to borrow right now. If you're looking to get a commercial loan, you're somewhere in 8 to 9%, you're prime plus. Pulling money out of your house right now, you're somewhere between 7 and 8%. So it's compared to those interest rates a few years ago, if you're lucky enough to refinance and get something in the 2 or 3% range, it's kind of sticker shock. How confident and comfortable are you in, and you've been with this district a long time, and there's a great deal of trust in your opinion, that the dollar amount that we're issuing and our ability to repay, that we're going to be well within that margin, that we can manage the cabs because they are more expensive?
Yes, one thing I failed to mention, Dan, was that this is not the first time the district has used capital appreciation bonds. For your first election of 2001, you used them in the B and the C series. And again, they were used in 3 of the bond series for the election of 2008. One other thing I may have not emphasized is in the past, capital appreciation bonds were non-callable, meaning that you could never refinance them.
Yeah.
But AB 182 required that they be what we refer to as callable, or they could be refinanced. So the bonds that we issue, to the extent we do use cabs, those can be refinanced. And the normal call is a 10-year call. So it's a lot, it's a lot better. They're just a tool, just like any other tool. And as I said, we're very, aware of the need to, use the cheapest mechanism to finance this, while at the same time getting you the proceeds you need.
Okay. No, and you answered my second question, which is great, is can we refinance these? Can we refund these
Yes.
bonds? Because rates are going to change, as we know, and down the road, we can find ourselves in a better situation where we can get a better deal. And you've brought that to us in the past as we've had opportunities to refinance some of these bond dollars. So.
Right. And one of them that there was a disclosure in the LA Times about the Colton School District issuing some cabs on their Series B of 2008. And we issued the first series in 2009, and we used just a few cabs in there. But in 2010, your facilities director discovered that you guys got $30 million in matching funds. And so we had to do another bond issue, and we had to use a lot more cabs. But when you factored in, you got $30 million of free money, and the extra interest expense, it was worth it because it really brought basically your cost of the total loan down.
Well, the two things I think we have going in our favor in this instance is property values are not weakening or declining like folks thought. We're still seeing, I just looked at the most recent annual rolls from the assessor, and in 22 it was over 9%, 23 it's over almost 10, it's close to 10%. So property values continue to increase, and the source of funding for us being the property tax, it's a secure source. It's one of the ones where you typically, you don't have high rates of default. So the revenue will likely be there. So if with your recommendation, and I think given what you've shared with us, it's something that I feel confident supporting, because it's still well under the threshold where we're not going to get ourselves into trouble, it seems like. But
yeah, one other thing too, there is a document in your agenda package. It's in item 7.7. It's referred to as a POS, or a preliminary official statement. There's a table in there that has a breakdown of all the residential property district-wide in increments of $25,000. And so I think the median assessed value for homes in our district, it's slightly over 200, I think it's like 217 or $220,000. So we know that at some point those houses are going to change ownership. And so that's really a credit positive for us. So
well,
just another.
in certain areas. In Colton, we tend to hang on to our houses a really long time. And, you know, you 2 or 3 generations worth, but we are seeing that turnover, and that'll help with the reassessment. So I had just another quick question about where does this leave us? If we do ultimately issue the series, what capacity do we have left? These are our Measure G bond dollars, correct? So what do we have left?
I think we've got, I don't know, Emily, do you remember how much that was? I think it was about 45 million
Okay.
left after this.
Oh, left after the 36.
Right.
Okay. So we'll have additional
Yeah.
capacity. Okay.
Mentioned it the last time.
Good.
Yeah.
You mentioned it.
And then I know, and this is a question probably more related to Mr. Fromm and maybe Mr. Chang with respect to the priorities for the funding, because we have commitments out there. We've made a commitment to the Bloomington community with respect to Zimmerman. We're going through scoping meetings. We're talking about building a new school. Majority of that school will be constructed with private dollars, which is phenomenal. But we know that there's going to be a contribution from the district, and that is a priority. Would this series of fund dollars be prioritized and set aside for that?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, throw facilities in there, but I don't want to spend money that we don't yet have, but we have priorities. Yeah.
Yes, definitely. Portion of it will be slated for Zimmerman, but we also have existing project that we're the last series of board priority projects. We have about a couple projects like Terrace Hill Middle School admin building. We have the Colton Middle School the admin new locker building. And some of those projects in Wilson new classroom addition. So those projects, the board priority projects, a portion of the funding is relying upon some of the development like Roque Ranch and Lewis Home and so forth. So we have about $11 million that was slated back in 2020. Unfortunately, because of the rise in interest rate, some of those developments have been put on pause. So the opportunity to be able to utilize some of the funding allow us to move forward with the project construction. And also the other thing is in the last couple of years with all the escalation in construction, even though escalation or inflation has tapered down, it's important to, I guess it's financially prudent decision to move forward with the construction. Because just for example, a $10 million project like Terrace Hill admin building, at a 5% interest, that's $500,000 a year if we wait another year for the developer fee. Or it may take longer. So 2 years, that's another additional $1 million. So financially, it makes sense to utilize some of the bond available dollars right now and continue to build and support our facility program. So.
Okay. Well, I think then at future board meetings, as we proceed down this path, though, Dr. Miranda, I would like to make sure that the board gets an opportunity to chime in and make sure that we direct these dollars where they're needed most. And again, we've made a very public commitment to Zimmerman and Bloomington community, and we need to honor that. And that to me would be the biggest priority. So I want to make sure that the funding is set aside for that first and foremost, but that'll be a decision of the board, of course. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dan. And thank you, gentlemen. Just want to make a quick remark. For many years, Mr. Williams has been a dedicated contributor to Cone Joint Unified School District, bringing his expertise and his knowledge having to do with finances and bonds. And we truly appreciate that. He's a Cone person. And we know that, and we're glad that he's part of the team. And I agree with what Dan said, that we do have a measure of trust in your recommendations and your advice, because you, to this point, all the years that I've known you, have not let our district astray in any way. So I just want to say thank you for that, and to you too, Assistant Sup Fromm, for putting this presentation and keeping the board abreast on where we're at. And I like it. It's straight to the point, and that's what this is about. We need to know where we're at and where we're going. So thank you very much to all three of you gentlemen.
Mr. Barr, can I?
Yes,
I
yes,
just have a quick
please.
question. I didn't know you were finishing up. My question, I guess for Owen, thank you, Dan, for bringing up Zimmerman, because that's, to me, that's a priority. Like you said, we made a commitment. Of the 45 million, and you said we have 3 projects at Colton, Middle, Terrace Hills, and Wilson. About how much are those 3 gonna use up if we don't use it towards Zimmerman? About how much money are we looking at?
For those project where, the developer fee portion where, originally we allocated about $11 million out of,
For all 3 projects?
towards, right. There are we're using other funding as well, under funding sources like bond funds and developer fees and so forth. And so the $11 million we aren't able to access at this point because some of the slowdown in development. So
And are any of those 3 eligible for matching funds?
yes, we're pursuing that as well. We're working with financial consultant to pursue state funding as well.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay. If there's no other questions, discussion relative to what we just discussed, let's go ahead and move on through our action session, action items. Items 6.1 through 6.55. So if there's any board member at this time who would like to pull anything for separate consideration, please mention it now. Yes, Bertha.
Three,
6.3,
6.23 and 6.26.
6.23 and 6.26, correct? Okay. And any other board members wishing to pull any items separately at this point in time?
I think we have to pull 6.4 and 6.5 for separate consideration, don't we?
6.4 and 6.5, separate consideration. Yes, it's highlighted right here. Okay. Okay, everybody is good. All right. Let's take a look at the rest of the calendar altogether at this particular point in time. 6.1 through 6.55, with the exception of 6.4, 6.5, 6.23, and 6.26. At this point, I'd like to have a motion for approval for those.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Pat Harrow and
No,
sorry. Joanne?
Doing my thing.
Okay. And Israel. Okay. So we have 6.1 and through 6.55 with the exception of 6.4, 6.5, 6.23, 6.26. At this point in time, any questions, comments, or anybody need any information relative to those items? Not hearing any. All those in favor indicate by stating aye. Aye. Anybody oppose? Any abstentions? Okay. 7-0. Those items pass, Joanne. Okay, let's take them in order. 6.4.
I'll
Okay.
second.
So, okay, 6.4, we have a motion by Pat Harrow and second by Israel Fuentes. Any questions, comments on that? That's missing attendance. Okay, missing meeting. So all those in favor indicate by stating aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Any abstention? Okay, we do have one. Okay, thank you. So it's 601 with the abstention, Ms. Sandoval, and it passes. Okay, 6.5. I'm looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Joanne Thorne Ojeda and second by Isabel Fuentes. And we'll go for the vote. All those in favor indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody oppose? And any abstention? Okay, thank you. As so 601 with Mrs. Harrell abstaining. All right, so let's move to 6.23, which is the approval of revised, which is the GLAD professional development. And then, so 6.23, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion for approval.
So move. Oh,
Okay, I have Bertha and second by Joanne Thorne Ojeda. Okay, and any comment?
Yes. Back in July, this was brought to the board for professional development for 25 teachers. It's being brought back today to increase the number to 90 teachers. And this is at teachers' requests. And I could not be more proud of the teachers, our teachers for recognizing the need, first of all, because this is going to address academic language, which is an area of need for not only our English learners, but all our students in all areas. So I just want to have this conversation to say how proud I am of the teachers that have stepped up and wanting this. To go from 25 to 90 speaks volumes. And I'm really excited to see because when you walk into a GLAD classroom, you can tell. The classroom is full of language. The kids have, areas where they can, look up, different words. It's cross-cultural. So, I mean, it addresses social studies, science. I mean, it's just, I'm just very excited to see what, the outcome of this, the results that we're going to get with the GLAD training. What I would like to see also is a follow-up. I think they're training in the spring. And to have 90 teachers trained in this and going back in the classroom and applying these strategies, I would like to see follow-up. I would like to see demo lessons. I would like to see coaching and just opening up classrooms so we can go in and observe the wonderful things that these strategies provide. So with that, I am very happy to make a motion to approve this.
Hey, thank you, Bertha. And thank you for bringing that to light. And it's wonderful that we get this opportunity to have that many teachers dedicated to our students and willing to take that extra step and learn additional.
I think, with the literacy task force, we have two areas that we're focusing on is of course, our kids that need to be reading kindergarten to third grade. And the literacy task force is moving forward with that. I also, the other area of focus is the academic language that the kids need. So this is going to address that. So what?
So let's go ahead and take a look at 6.23 first. We have a first by Bertha Flores, second by Joanne Thorne Ojeda. All those in favor indicate by stating aye.
aye.
Anyone opposed? Abstain? 7-0. That passes to Joanne. So let's take a look at 6.26. Okay, and that's the approval of Amplified Education, Inc. And this is for high dosage tutoring, educational materials, and related professional development. So I'll entertain a motion for approval. Okay, Bertha?
Second.
Okay, and was that Pat? Okay. Okay. Oh,
It's my understanding that this is going to be at 4 schools, I believe, right? At four of our schools, and we already have teachers who will be providing this high dosage tutoring for our students. It is also my understanding that we're going to be using Dibbles, which is this program is aligned to Dibbles, so this data is already there. So I would be, and is it 25 weeks of tutoring, I believe? To the end of May? Okay, okay. So, if it's okay with the board, I would love to see some data showing the beginning and then the progress the kids had made. So, anyway, I make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Bertha. And one of the things that we all know is the fact that Joanne has been, and so has Pat, been pushing for us to start having higher educational focus on our K through third, and a lot of these programs and trying to get them the tutoring and getting them the extra assistance is going to go a long way for this. So thank you for bringing that to our attention as well. We're looking at 6.26, which is we have a first by Bertha Flores, second by Pat Harrow. All those in favor indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstain? We have 7-0. That passes. Thank you, board. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and move right into our administrative reports. We do have 7.1, approval of disbursements. We also have 7.2, the results of the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools Annual Williams Settlement Visit. 7.3, approval of change order number 1 for the Ruth Grimes Restroom Building and Shade Shelter per Board Resolution 23-74. We also have item 7.4, approved change order for Cone High School CTE Culinary Art Project per Board Resolution 23.74. Item 7.5, approval of change order for the Grand Terrace Elementary School Fire Alarm Upgrade Project, a Board Resolution 23-74. Item 7.6, approved change order for the 900 Washington Suite 100 Professional Learning Center Boardroom project per Board Resolution 23-7. And item 7.7, which is the resolution number 24-29, a resolution of the Board of Education of the Cone Joint Unified School District authorizing the issuance of Cone Joint Unified School District election of 2008 General Obligation Bond Series F and actions related thereto. So we have those. Is there any question from any board members relative to any of those items? Nope. Okay. Now that I've caught my breath, I'll continue going. Okay, so we'll go ahead and I noticed that facility update, there's no update today. And so I'll go look at our ACE representatives, President Christina Parachi.
Good evening, Board President Frank Ibarra, Board Member Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and member of the audience. As you've been hearing about negotiations since August, guess what? You're going to hear about negotiation in December. At the close of the first semester, I want to take a moment to wish each and every one of you a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. May this time bring you peace, joy, and the opportunity to recharge with your loved ones. The end of the semester is not only a time for celebration, but also reflection. So if you've been to any of the elementary, they celebrated today. They really enjoyed, and they had cookies and lots of glitter. It is during this moment that we recognize the incredible dedication and hard work of our certificated and classified staff. Our teachers, administrators, and support staff has been unwavering in their commitment to the success and growth of our students. They have been poured their passion into nurturing the minds and hearts of the young individual who represent the future of our community and who's going to take care of us when we get old. As we take stock of the achievement and progress made during the first half of the school year, is it also a time to look forward? In the spirit of collaboration, that's a word that I always use, and progress, I would like to draw your attention to an important matter that requires our collective focus: negotiations. You've been hearing about this since August, and I'm still coming in December to ask the board give the district a directive. Negotiations are a critical aspect of ensuring that our district functions effectively and that the needs of both our staff and students are met. Many districts around CJUSD have successfully completed their negotiations, fostering an environment of stability and support for their educators. I believe it is essential for us to follow suit and bring the negotiation to a timely and successful conclusion. I urge the school board to provide clear direction to the district staff so that we can expedite the negotiation process. We're still in the same place where we were 2 months ago. Our teachers and staff are the backbone of our educational system, and their dedication deserves acknowledgement and fair compensation. Let us work together to create an environment where they can continue to thrive and excel in their vital roles. I understand that negotiations are complex, involving various factors and consideration. However, the success of neighboring districts in this regard prompts us to evaluate our own process and identify any obstacles that may be impeding process. As we reconvene for the next meeting on January 25th, I encourage the school board to prioritize and streamline the negotiation process, keeping in mind the welfare of our education and the overall well-being of our district. We do have 2 meetings until the 25th when the negotiation is meeting. So it's tonight, and I think there's a January 19 meeting. Let us enter the new year with a renewed commitment to collaboration and process. By addressing the negotiation process promptly, we can ensure that our district remains a beacon of educational excellence, fostering an environment where both staff and students can flourish. I know I've been a little bit pushy today, but since August, I've been saying I want to be done by December, and we're not done. So I would like to finish it in January. So at least our teachers and staff can benefit whatever the salary increase would be for spring break. I want to go on vacation in spring break. Thank you, and I look forward to a successful and productive year ahead. Merry Christmas, happy holidays, and may the coming year bring us closer to our shared goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. CSCA update. Any representatives? No? Okay. MAC update.
Good evening, Board President Frank Ibarra, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, members of the board, and members of the audience. I'm happy to present on behalf of MAC this evening for an update. Oh, okay, thank you. Are you guys taking care of the clicker over there? Or we got it? We're good, okay. All right, I'd like to just share with you, in alignment with the DSDP, our district has provided professional development for our management team members. These are just a few examples of the professional development that we've had the privilege of learning and taking part of in first semester. So many of our managers participated in cognitive coaching. It's several a sequence of trainings. All of our APs are attending AP Academy, and I'm pleased to announce that many of our APs say that they are learning quite a bit from many of our assistant superintendents and directors regarding their job duties and preparing them for future advancement in their career. We also have had several sessions with Ronnie Habib, and we've had opportunities to reflect and learn and grow as administrators on the joy of administration and leading with a joyful heart, and having some fun in the middle of that too. And then also we've learned about some admin dispute training as well. And so we just want to highlight this to thank our school district for taking the time and opportunities to invest in our managers, and to help to prepare us and continue to help us grow in our positions. And now I will turn it over to Tiffany Davis, who will be sharing about equity report.
Good evening, everybody. So within our equity report, we can see the 4 main points that we have on the slide. The first is about the equity groups. We have an equity task force that is looking at the overall equitable approaches, utilizing the board language that we have already intact. And then within that, we have micro equity groups. We have approximately 10 to 11 micro groups that look at different groups in need of a larger or more profound voice within the district. Those meetings happen on a regular basis, approximately monthly. We also are working on the equity plan analysis. That is something that the equity task force is working with alongside with some of our specific groups. We have had meetings with different community members, including parents, to make sure that we are hearing voices for everyone. The next one is our LGBTQIA plus resolution. That is something that they have been working on to present with you guys. And then the last is the action plan that is the kind of the forefront of the African American Parent Advisory Committee. So with all of those, you can see the different pieces of equity that we are striving for to ensure that all voices are heard here in Colton. And if you have additional questions, you can see Dr. Nairi Clark, who is also helping with the curriculum, or who is also helping with all of these. You can also reach out to anybody on APAC or on the ELAC committees that we are willing to give you extra information.
And we're also excited for the new position of the Coordinator of Equity and Access to join our management team. We have a few upcoming events coming up in February and into the second semester, but we'll save that for our next report. But we do want to encourage our management members, our MAC members, to wear their MAC shirt at the next management meeting on January 22nd. So show out and support, and we'd like to take a group picture on that day. Finally, we'd like to wish everyone a happy holiday season. We've made it through our first semester of the 23-24 school year. We're really excited about all the great things that all of our school sites have been able to accomplish at the start of the school year here. And we know many great things are still to come, but we like to make sure that we encourage our administrators and management members to take some time to recharge, disconnect for a moment, even if it's a day. Give yourself permission to do that and enjoy your families and your time away from the school sites for the winter break. And we also would like to wish you guys a happy holidays as well. And make sure you follow us on Twitter or I think it's X now, CJUSD_MAC. Have a wonderful rest of the day and a good holiday season.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Roman. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we do not have ROP update, though several of us, Pat, Israel, and myself, Dr. Miranda, Bertha, attended the ROP Roadshow. And I was able to make the Grand Terrace High School Roadshow, which was very impressive, and even drew Assembly Member Cervantes there. So, and I know that Dr. Miranda was there, and Bertha, Pat, and Israel went to Cone High School and Bloomington as well. So just want to mention that, and just very impressive. Students were very impressive. So I don't know if Pat, you have anything you'd like to add to that?
The only thing I want to add about ROP is that last week, the first business plan competition of the year was held for commercial enterprise. And and Bloomington High School, both of their programs, Empower and Helper, both are to state.
Yes, yeah.
Bloomington High School, if you look at the list that came out, the top 42 business plans, Bloomington High School is the only school that won in California that has 2 programs that are called. So congratulations. And Ms. Buckles.
Yeah. Thank you, Pat and Israel. Okay. When I was listening to Pat and thinking about all the accomplishments that the virtual enterprise has done over the years, it's been incredible. The instructor is incredible, the team there, and of course the students as well. And I would like to see if there's something that we could do to recognize them. You know, maybe something, even if it's on the marquee, showing that, that they're going into all this competition, they're being successful. I mean, you're talking about them flying to New York, challenging other states. And I believe, and Pat will correct me, and, I think they were 4th in the nation last year. So that's not, so so if we could think of something to just let them know, hey, we truly appreciate them, but also more for marketing purposes so that parents could see that, so they could say, hey, you know what, I want my child to participate in something like that. I want them to have those speaking skills, learning skills that will definitely attribute to their ability to do well at the higher educational level. Something.
Maybe at some point, like a banner in front of the school
That's what I was thinking.
would be great
Yes.
to show off.
Or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, put some thoughts behind that, because I think it's something we need to, those type of successes, our students, we need to celebrate that and let people know, hey, we're proud of you, and let people know that this is, look at, this is Bloomington, this is Cone Joint Unified School District, and look at what the products that are coming out of there. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and move on. We're looking at our superintendent's communique. Dr. Moreno.
Thank you, Board President, Mr. Ibarra, board members and members in the audience, and also members online or audience online. I have a short communique this evening, and first I wanted to start off with the first slide and just start off with our elementary reading challenge winners. I'm not going to announce all the winners. We just did that a couple of days ago on Tuesday. I just want to highlight and give a big shout out to our Ed Services team. Once again, they had the elementary reading challenge for our grades K through 6. So these students, again, took tests on the Accelerator Reader program and set really challenging goals. It's to begin their challenge. So the goal for students was to read when they finish independent work in class and to read at home. So students earned points for the reading, and we had the privilege, and it was just awesome this week to recognize those students, the classes, for meeting their goals. We honored not only the top students, but also the top scoring schools, the top classes, and with the highest percentages who met all their goals. So it was just a great event this Tuesday. It was an online virtual event to see all the students and their excitements. And I'll tell you, I love the little spinner the Dr. Hyder had on there that Jennifer Wold, my executive assistant, was able to hit the button. That was pretty amazing. And so please bring that back. The students were very excited. And when the name popped up right, it was very exciting to see the winners. So what an outstanding event. And I love to see students read. And just continue with this. So thank you, Ed Services, for that. Next slide, please. Fortunately, I missed this event, but I'll tell you, the 26th annual Make a Child Smile is one of the best events this district participates in, and we're just honored to be part of this. And I'll tell you, on Wednesday, December 13th, at the Walmart on Mount Vernon, the Colton Fire Department treated 50 of our Colton Elementary School students to a $120 shopping spree. And we had students from Bernie, Grant, Lincoln, Rogers, and Ritchie Canyon participate in the event. It's just amazing. Like I said, I wasn't there. I know Ms. Hara was there, and we had administrators there, and I've been there many years. When you see the faces of these children and they're shopping and you hear the stories, story of a child. I remember I was walking around with a young boy, fourth grader, and I asked him what he was shopping for. He was shopping for his mom and his sister, and he wanted me to take him to the cosmetics section because he wanted to buy some lipstick and some eyeliner and things like that. And I said, wow. And then he said, let's go get a jacket for my sister. And so when you know, those stories just fill you up. Just incredible. And there's more of those stories when you talk to our students. So what a great event. And thank you, a million thank you to Colton Fire Department for the partnership and for hosting this event for our students. Our family students, I mean, they truly appreciate it, and they really, there's a lot of need out there. And also, thank you to the Board of Education for supporting this amazing event this time of year. And just grateful to, again, for Colton Fire Department for what they do for our children in our district. And I'll tell you, you get emotional, and it just brings joy to your heart. But to see this, it's just incredible. And last slide, there's a picture. You can't really see it, but there was a picture there, and just incredible. Last slide. Obviously, we're entering we're in the holidays, and so I just want to take this opportunity to thank our students, parents, staff. I mean, our community coming together during these times. And I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a wonderful New Year and a holidays. So along with the Board of Education Executive Cabinet, we wish everyone a safe, healthy, joyous holiday. Remember, Christmas holiday calories do not count. So, I tell that to Joanne, but she doesn't get it. They do count, Dr. Miranda. So this is not the time to count those calories, but to eat as much as you want. Enjoy your family. Take care, rest, and to our employees, our hardworking employees, our dedicated employees who serve this district, so whether you're certificate classified, manager, it doesn't matter the role. We have a group of caring individuals in our district that go above and beyond. We are truly a family here, as Mr. Ibarra says, who's been serving this district for over many, many years, 20-something on the board, but longer than that. But here at CJUSD, so I'm truly honored to serve as your as your superintendent, and I'm extremely grateful for this Board of Education and for their leadership. And so on behalf of the board again, on behalf of Executive Cabinet, I want to wish all you out there happy holidays. Have a great happy new year, because it goes by this fast, and then we're back at it in January. All right, everybody. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Ibarra.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Miranda. At this time, we'll move right over to board member comments, and I'll start off with Bertha Flores.
No comment. Nomás quiero desearles a todos una feliz Navidad y un próspero año nuevo. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you. Bernice Sandoval?
I just want to say thank you. Happy holidays. Thank you to Student Services Department. Dr. Ortiz, I have parents that want me to tell you thank you for what you guys do. So thank you so much, and everybody for the staff. Happy holidays, everyone.
Thank you very much. Joanne?
Thank everyone that's here tonight, for all the hard work you put in since summertime, and you're well overdue for a vacation and hopefully a wonderful time with your family. I promised Dr. Miranda I would not cry tonight, so just be grateful for your family and what you have, and for all the things that we do for our kids, because you do a lot for our kids each and every day, and this board is very grateful to all the things that we can do and how we can improve the lives of our kids, not only academically, but a lot of things going on at home and emotionally and social, mentally. And thank you. Have a great vacation. Forget about school. Just enjoy your family, because you never know when you won't have any of those people in your life. So enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Pat?
Yes. I want to bring up also the Make a Child Smile event. It's truly my favorite event of the school year, every year. I haven't missed one in 15 years. And my husband thought I was crazy trying to get there with one arm. And it took me 15 minutes to get my seatbelt on. But I got there. And as usual, it was an amazing, amazing event. It truly humbles you, because you see, as Dr. Miranda said, these kids, it used to be $100, but even the fire department realizes inflation, and so now it's 120. These kids were not looking for items for themselves. They were looking for things for their mom and dad and a little sister. The little boy that I had, he was looking for a bed for a blanket for his bed and a pillow. And, we all know, because we work with these kids on a daily basis and we know what they face. And to see it like right in the face when they're doing things like that, and they're doing things for their own family instead of themselves, it humbles you. So it was a great event, and I would like to see if we can get a consensus from the board to send a letter to thank all of the Colton Fire Department. And I would also like to send one to Walmart. The manager was there. They had quite a few of their staff there at the end when the kids were done. They were waiting, and they were serving punch and cookies and snacks, and they were just fabulous. There was one little boy in a wheelchair, and one of the Walmart employees was pushing him around and helping him find things for his family and things for himself, and he was fabulous. But I think that the manager has to know how grateful we are too for their employees, because there were quite a few employees that were walking around with scanners so that they can give you pricing and everything. So I think it's really something that we need to show that we are grateful for it. So if I can get consensus.
Okay. And if you're okay, Pat, I'd like to add to that a little bit. I'd like to see if there's, along with the letter, an opportunity for us to invite representatives from the fire department and the manager of Walmart,
Yeah, that would
so
be
that we could actually give them a certificate of appreciation on behalf of the children, the students, the district. And so we could do it along with the letter. That would be an excellent touch, I think. And if everybody's okay with that, I'd like to see if I can get a consensus. Yes,
Mr. Ibarra, next Thursday, if I'm correct, and Santa Claus is going to be there. Shop with the Cop with Colton Police Department. Colton's going to also do it with our kids from the Colton side. And I would like to add that also, if we can add Colton Police Department to that.
Sure. I think that can be doable. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're doing 50 kids from the Colton side of our district.
Okay. So Bertha, yes? Bernice, yes?
Yes.
Dan?
Pat, yes. Joanne, and I'll say yes too. So. there-
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Pat.
Yeah,
Continue.
and I just want to thank everybody, all of our certificated, our classified, and our management for everything you do for our students. Many times you don't get the accolades that you deserve, and this board truly does appreciate what you do. But more important, we're not that important, okay? What's really important is those kids and the difference you're making for their lives. Like I said, you see it all, and you handle it all. I wish you all a blessed Christmas. As my colleagues have said, take time for your family, take time for yourself. That's very important. Take that me time. And no, my quote for this evening is Christmas is the spirit of giving without a thought of getting. It is happiness because we see joy in people. It is forgetting self and finding time for others. It is discarding the meaningless, and stressing the true values. Thank you to each and every one of you for what you do for our students. And as my colleague said, make sure you get that rest, because we all know that when that second semester comes, it just flies by. So take it easy and get some rest. And if you're traveling, be safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Israel.
Thank you, Board President Ibarra. Just wanted to highlight that I was hanging out with Santa today at Zimmerman Elementary. Santa and I and many other volunteers, and I want to thank Howard Industries also for the opportunity of getting toys for our kids there. So every student got a toy, got churros. They had a churro truck there and champurrado. So, and then they got to see Santa and they got to see the Grinch, and they got to see Santa and the Grinch get it in the parking lot and fight. But I think they were shouting for Santa now. So they were Santa, Santa, and the Grinch was getting, upset. But we had a lot of fun today. We did every single student at the school. We did even the preschool there. So each of those kids received a toy. I think the toys were very, very, $30 or more for each of the toys that were there. So very appreciative. I want to thank Howard Industries for that also. So, and also, Santa and I were at Slover Mountain High and their preschool that they have out there. So the students from Slover invited the kids from the preschool to come out and visit with Santa and do crafts and projects with them. So that was pretty fun. And if you follow me, I'll be posting some of these things on my Facebook and on my X. That's what they call it now, Twitter and Instagram. So you get to see those. And I also was with Santa at Grant Elementary, and we took pictures with every single class there. So Santa was pretty tired at the end of the day. But he really enjoyed it. And it's all about the kids. It's all about our students, to see them smile, to see them when they see the jolly old man sitting there and they come and they give a hug to Santa. It's just awesome to see when they see that. And a lot of them wanted the PS5. Is that correct? What they wanted. So I had one kid that wanted a car, and I told him, I'll get you a Hot Wheel, But it was fun to see. And also we started Santa and I started the Christmas time at Bloomington High School. We had the posada there for our EL students, and that was phenomenal. I got to DJ that event also and MC some of that event. And I don't know the sponsor that was there. I don't know her name, but I want to thank her for bringing, they had Adidas shoes there for them. They had Reeboks. They had clothing from Costco there for the students to choose. There was a lot of great gifts for our youth there. They had a lot of fun. They enjoyed it. There was pizza from Papa John's, and we had a lot of fun that day. They were dancing and having and enjoying the posada. And I want to thank Missy Roman also for giving me the opportunity to DJ that event and to have Santa there that day also. And there's many other events coming up. Like I said, Chop with the Cop. I've been asked for Santa to be there also, to be the Santa for Shop with the Cop with Colton PD. And I want to thank also right now Colton PD for that also opportunity to have our students there for Shop with the Cop. And just wanted to highlight another event that was last night at Grand Terrace High School Auditorium. It was Charlie Brown Christmas with Retchie Canyon students. That was great to see. These students did such a great job. If you follow me on Facebook again, you get to see some of the pictures. And at the end, many of the grades got together and they sang. They sang like Frosty the Snowman, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and that was just awesome to see. And it was a full auditorium, standing. There were standing people standing. So it was a great evening. I enjoyed it with the students. And to end, I just want to thank each and every one of you, what you do every day. You know, it's about our students. It's about those kids that every day come into classroom and they sit there and they look at you because you are their mentor every day. They see our administrative leaders, they see our superintendent, they see the board, and we are mentors to them, a lot of them. Sometimes we might say, no, we're not a mentor, but yes, you are. You are a big mentor to these lives. You make a difference. I've been in this district for 16 years, 6 as a board member. I'm going on my 6th year as a board member, and time flew like that. I've had this year, my second daughter will graduate from Bloomington High School. I had one graduate in 2021, and they're succeeding because of you as that mentor. All of you are mentors to all these kids every day. Don't forget that. Take some time to rest because, like Pat said, second semester just goes, and we'll be sitting at the graduations, passing out diplomas to these students. So once again, take time for your families and remember that each and every one of you means something to a child in our district. Thank you. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Feliz Navidad y un próspero año nuevo. Que Dios les bendiga. God bless you.
Thank you, Santa. Oh, I mean, Israel. Dan.
Thank you. Just wanted to mention one event that took place recently and thank Board Member Haro for really being the catalyst for this, but the rededication of the Ray Abril Jr. Education Complex at Grand Terrace High School, a name I hope many of you recognize here in this district, but certainly those of us who knew Ray and the role that he played here in this district as a board member and advocate in community, particularly in Colton and particularly South Colton. And all roads lead to South Colton. My father grew up in South Colton. My family still lives to this day in South Colton. It's our spiritual home, if you will. And Ray was a champion for the community. And for many of those students at a time, when they didn't have a voice, he was their voice. And he used to tell me, you know, Dan, it's all about getting behind that closed door and be at the table to make the decisions. And he fought hard to do that. And so it was fitting to rededicate that space and that education complex to him. The family was there. Thank you to everyone that helped put that together. And we had a very special guest join us. He drove all the way in from Orange County to be there, and that was Dr. Herb Fisher. Again, another giant in education in this region, literally and figuratively, a giant, but somebody who, but just, I've never met somebody who has met Herb Fisher and didn't absolutely respect and admire his leadership, his character, and that presence that he brought. And he still has it. In case you're wondering, he still has it. When he walked in the room, you know Dr. Fisher was in the room. So again, thank you for everybody that put that event together, that made it possible. And certainly proud to be part of that and part of that Colton Joint Unified School District legacy. And I just want to echo what you've heard. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All of us here have either had children or grandchildren go through this district. And as my children are getting older, and they are, and we just finished awards assemblies and all that, I look back and I think my kids are really, they're cool people. They're good people. They're honest, they're hardworking, they're empathetic, they are thoughtful. And I'm not going to take credit for that. I give most of the credit to my wife, my family, but I also know that it's the school, it's the education that they received. They talk about their teachers with such admiration. We had to get gifts for the teachers. It's the holidays. Come on. I love my teacher. I love my teacher. Our principal. It is such an important part to who they are. And I just, as a parent, want to emphasize and stress to all of you, and I think all of you have been in the classroom at one point or the other, those children will remember you for the rest of their lives, and you will touch and affect how they grow and the type of people that they will become. And as I see my kids getting older and developing their personalities, it is because of this education that they're receiving from Colton Joint Unified School District and the teachers. So thank you for that. I genuinely mean that. And lastly, wish everybody, of course, a happy holidays, Merry Christmas. It is our last meeting in this building, but for those of you that love Colton Joint Unified School District trivia, our first meeting in this building, in this room, took place on October 3rd, 2013. We were trying to figure that out. I actually did a quick search on our agenda archive. So from 2013 to now 2023, not too far off, 10 years, we'll be transitioning to a new home. So hope that doesn't make anybody feel old. Not at all, right, Katie? But thank you again, and happy holidays.
Thank you, Dan.
Mr. Ibarra, can I just
Yes.
say something real quick?
Yes, you may.
And I had it in my notes and I didn't say, thank you for bringing about the real dedication. I just want to say to the board, thank you for agreeing to that. Melinda, Ray's oldest daughter, called me and sent me a card saying to make sure that I said thank you to each and every one of you for agreeing to rededicating it. And thank you to all the staff who participated in it. So I just wanted to make sure that I reflected that message to y'all.
Okay, thank you, Pat. And just to add to what Dan just finished with, when we were told in 2013, they actually said, "Oh, we'll only be here for 2 years." So I'll start off with that. As it's the season, and want to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Brutus at Lincoln Elementary School. Yesterday, I had an opportunity to attend their Christmas elementary school singing groups, and all the students that came out and performed and sang their hearts out. Heard every Christmas song. And it was definitely well attended because they had to bring parents in shifts so that people were outside in line. When their children got done, they moved them out and moved in the next grade. But I wanted to just share something with each and every one of you. It's a message from a father by the name of Gary Duckworth. He has students going through the district. And as he sat next to me, you know, he recognized me. And he started telling me, "Mr. Ibarra, can I tell you something?" And I said, "Yes." "Can you give a message for me to all the administrators, the staff? And I want you to tell them that how much he and his family have totally appreciated all the love, the care, the dedication, all the assistance and help that Colton Joint Unified School District has offered him and his family." Two of his boys went to the Fireman Walmart toy giveaway and came back with a lot of things, just like Pat said, not particularly for them, but for other family members. And he was so impressed by their actions and not actually saying, you know, it had to do with me as the father or the mother. He actually said it's because of the influence of our educators and our administrators here in the district. So when we talk about how much you as an individual influence so many people out there, so many families, you know, we see it.
We hear it and they approach us. And you know what? I'm proud of you. It makes me feel proud to be part of this board for as many years that I have been. It makes me feel proud that I know you as individuals and know the hearts and dedications that you provide to all our students here and staff members. And that we have such a district that parents will approach board members to give that type of message. One more message he did give me. He goes, make sure that you let everyone know, and I'm talking up to every one of you, that their family hopes that each and every one of you have the best of Merry Christmases. Because you have given them that already. So I wanted to share that story, that message. At that point, I went down and brought Dr. Brutus to introduce him, to get to meet him. I go, here's one of the administrators, here's your principal, and that he's a representative of all of you tonight. So, and then he turns and looks, he goes, but you are too. So I go, yes. And I shared with him that I would say this tonight on his behalf. And he said, thank you. So with that, I just want to say a Merry Christmas to each and every one of you. Each one of you are very special to all of us. We see your value, your special connection to our district, to our students, and I can't say enough about how lucky we are to have you as members of this district in what you do and who you do it for. With that, the Board of Education will now adjourn into closed session. And everyone, please have a happy and safe holiday.